I'm excited today to build that hot new fancy real grade that everybody's talking about. It's a completely new version of the original RX-78-2, the original grandpa that everybody loves, the grandpa Gundam, the OG, the original. Here it is. That's the one, right? That's the one everybody's been talking about, this guy. He looks pretty fancy, right? That's the one, I think. This is the one everybody's been talking about. Is the 1/144th scale revival version of the RX-78-2 Gundam. Normal type according to this box. It's so normal. I'm excited to build this guy. This is that fancy new Gundam kit everybody's been looking forward to, that everybody's been talking about, that came out recently to celebrate the 45th anniversary of Gundam and Gunpla as a whole, I believe. No, Gunpla would probably have been a few years later. But this kit has been revived. It's been brought back. It's the very first Gunpla kit, the very first 1/144th Gundam that they've re-engineered. First of all, it's in color. That's important. As you can see here, there's a picture of the original here on the box. That's what the original looked like. They've done us the courtesy of molding it in color this time, so I don't have to paint it. Important note, according to this line here, while an Amuro figure is not included in this kit, it does showcase the evolution of kits and the technological advances of the past 45 years. So, bad news, if you thought this picture, this JPEG of Amuro on the box meant it would come with a figure of Amuro, you were sorely mistaken. No Amuro, no baby boy in this plastic model. It's just him. It's just the big man, the grandpa himself, Mr. Gundam, as we call him. It's Gundam from Streets. So as you can tell, this box is quite small. It comes with a little instruction booklet and 4 runners, which I've done the courtesy of cutting all the parts out of and organizing already, so that we wouldn't be here for 500 hours. As you can see, this is quite a simple lad. This is a 45-year-old model kit that they have re-released for the courtesy of us, which means it's like 20 pieces, and we'll probably have the articulation of a brick, which is awesome. That's awesome, if you ask me. I think it's delightful. I love how charming this guy looks already. We're not show accurate. We're not even accurate to Kunio Okawara's original art. He's gonna look thick. He's gonna look fat. He's gonna look... He's gonna be accurate to the show, but only one of those frames where the Gundam looks really weird. And double wide. For no reason. Ooh. Ah, you know what? I nearly forgot. Let me get some music going. There we go. Some light Armored Core for us. The Armored Core remixes. I gotta get all my pieces out here. Normally I would separate them a little more, but it's not many pieces at all, so I didn't really find that necessary. They're just gonna be all laid out here, and we're just gonna build them from the pile we have. As the instructions proudly proclaim here, this is 45 years of evolution at work. Evolution. We figured out how to use multicolor molding in 45 years. That's pretty cool. The advent of multicolor molding machines has made it possible to mold 4 colors on a single runner. Isn't that crazy? Isn't it crazy how far technology has come? We've got some haikus. Oh, these are cute, actually. There's haikus of reminiscence. We excitedly ran to toy stores, but the Gundam was too popular that many of us couldn't buy it and bought a kit of a Xeon machine instead. Many such cases. A shop full of kits. The grown-ups bought all the goofs. I'm left with a Magellan. Now that's heartbreaking. To get an Adzum or to settle with a Musai, I ponder one noon. We wondered, why do the kits have a green hue? The Gundam in the anime series looks white. Very important questions being asked here. I like how this is kind of done, like, tongue-in-cheek. Like, wow, we have the Vulcans on the head. Incredible detail. We no longer need things like glue with our modern Gunpla constructions. We would apply too much glue to the shoulder connectors, and they would end up immobile. Parts on the shoulders. When they're glued the wrong way, the arms become stuck. Isn't it incredible? Back in the day, many of us couldn't afford nippers and used nail clippers or our hands to remove the parts, but doing so would often result in mess-ups. Yeah, I remember the starter guide that I read when I first started building Gunpla that was like, it's okay to use nail clippers if you cannot afford nippers. Back in the day, kits came with packets of glue to assemble the plastic model kits. Many of us couldn't wait for the paint to dry and ended up touching the parts for them to get covered in fingerprints. Trying to wipe it off with tissues would only worsen the situation. We tried our best to paint our kits with brushes, but it was a difficult process. That's right. Look at it. Look at how things have grown. We can mold things in color. You don't have to paint anymore. That's for old people. Only old people paint their model kits. There's no more seam lines. We don't have those anymore. No longer sandwiching these Gundam parts in half. We filled those in. You don't have to do those. Engineering technology has come so far. You don't have to modify shit to attach the legs. The legs of old kits were sandwiched between parts for the body. Many people modified their kits so that the legs could be attached later. Imagine the Gunpla of 45 years ago. Incredible. It was a different time. It was a different time, henchbuns. Okay, let's construct this beauty. First, we've got the head. As you can see. Just gotta fit this on. Allegedly. I've been putting it on upside down. That explains it. Many such cases. Okay, where's the face? Here's the face. Now we can slide on the helmet like so. Look at that. Incredible levels of detail, just like the anime. It's just like I saw in the anime. It's everything I imagined it would be from the anime. Slide that in. We've got the V-fin. Of course, proudly recreated with the giant nubs on each end of the V-fin. The level of detail accuracy is incredible. Aha! I missed the little head thing that goes on the V-fin. Didn't cut that one out. I missed it. I didn't expect a piece so tiny. We just cut off these little nubs. Perfect. Just put that on there. Not upside down. Upside down. Mr. Pig, I need you to go into Mr. Hole. Hello, Gamma Chris. Look at this wonderful Gundam head. Since you just arrived, I'll let you know. I've played a little trick on everybody. We are not building the highly fancy and brand new Real Grade 2.0 of the original Gundam. We're in fact building the reissue of the very first Gunpla kit, which is why it's gonna look like this. I tricked you all. This is literally a recreation of the very first Gunpla kit ever made, which is why it's going to look something like this. He's going to be Mr. Wide. Thank you for complimenting my handlers. It's also why there is so few pieces. We didn't believe in part separation or high detail back in 1979. No. Simplicity. That's how it was. Now we're going to build an arm. Look at that. That's all an arm joint needs. Just two pieces. Only less than 45 degrees of bend. That's what an arm should be. That's how we did it back in 1979. Ah, here we have a very good and simple fist. Look at that. Look at that fist. Isn't that just perfect? Hell yeah. Now that's an arm if I've ever seen one. The manual itself is very cute and tongue-in-cheek. It has what are called high cues of reminiscence of the original 1979 model kit and what building models was like back in the day. Now they've modified this new release of the original to not require things like glue. But as you can see here, they reminisce in high cue form. Parts on the shoulders. When they're glued in the wrong way, the arms become stuck. And as you can see, this model kit comes with an incredible level of detail, such as the Gundam's head Vulcans. What incredible detail. Remarkable features, it says. All right, let's build our second arm. It's all coming together, lads. I'm going to take a sip of my tea. I have some nice black tea with spice in it. That is very cinnamony. It's very strong. It's very nice. Opens up my sinuses. Like that. Need you. Don't need a hair. Need you. And where's my little square boy? Here's the square boy. And a hand, our second hand. Plug that boy right on in. Delightful. We've got two arms now. Let's see, we have another back in the day. The seams between the parts can be seen from the punt. So another modification to this kit is that, as you can see here on the original, there would be, basically you had to sandwich two halves of parts together, so there would be lines that were hideous running right down the middle. Isn't that exciting? Also, the original kit came with glue packets, so you could glue it properly. 3 diamond-shaped glue packets were single use, so time management was key when assembling kits. It was a different time. This one. This is the right leg. As you can see, it has a little R engraved in it. Or maybe you can't see it, but there is a little R engraved in it to tell you that this is for the right leg. The thigh, and then we have a knee / calf. It's both at once. Might be the wrong one. There we go. This kind of wrong one, actually. The one I need is here. There we go. Slides on through. Slap that one on here. There we go. We've got an almost complete leg. Wrong one. I need the other. There we go. Now we have a complete leg. Isn't that delightful? Look at that. Look at that knee bend. Whoops. Look at that knee bend. It can almost crouch. Almost. Incredible. Incredible levels of articulation. Let's do the other leg. This. Is that? Get that in. That up. There we go. Lighten. There we go. There's our other leg. So now we have 2 arms, a head, and a leg. Let's see here. Ah, yes, the legs, as it says here, the legs of old kits were sandwiched between parts for the body. Many people modified their kits so that the legs could be attached later, instead of, you know, being sandwiched here. This is an excerpt from the original instruction manual. So you'd have to attach, basically, the axle here for the legs to swing back and forth, and then slide them up into the body. Delightful. Okay, now let's build the torso, the hashtag body. Big red, big yellow. Slide that together. Then the other red piece. We'll slide in here. Then the back. Looking good. Create the waist. As you can see, advances in technology have allowed us to mold plastic in color, as opposed to making you paint it. Incredible. Incredible how far technology has come. Got kind of the crotch here. kind of the neck. Ah, yes, and then of course the backpack. As you can see, the beam saber handles are just molded part of it. No detachable beam sabers. You just kind of. Yep. You won't be able to pull these out. They're just one solid piece in there. That's the delightful engineering of 45 years ago. Ah, we have more haikus of reminiscence. Oh, I like this one. We excitedly ran to toy stores, but the Gundam was too popular that many of us couldn't buy it, and bought a kit of Xeon machines instead. They had to buy a Zaki, no Gundam. I also like this one a lot that says, a shop full of kits. The grown-ups bought all the goofs. I'm left with a Magellan. Not the goof. As you can see here, he's gone. No more goofs. They're all sold out. I can't believe they would do this to us. Those despicable adults. This is what Tomino was writing about. The despicable adults steal all of our opportunity from us. They steal all of our goofs. All right, now let's bring the whole thing together. As you can see here, we've got the body. We've got shoulders. We've got 2 shoulder pieces. No glue required this time around. It just kind of, then you rotate it. It like clocks in. Bam. Then we attach the arms, like so. We can slap the head on. Slide those legs up in there. Oh yeah, look at that. Look at that. Look at that leg spread. This is literally the farthest I can spread the legs. This is the farthest the leg can bend. This is the farthest the leg can move forward. Look at that. Look at that strut. Let's see how this is the arm. The arm can go. Oh, hang on. I believe I've accidentally put it on backwards. This is what Xeon feared. This is the White Devil in all of his fearsome glory. I should have just switched the arms. Or the hands, rather. There we go. Looking good, King. Of course, no Gundam would be complete without its arsenal of fearsome weapons. As you see, we have the beam rifle molded in a single piece. Molded in just one single piece. And we have a beam saber. Yeah, this is it. This is the whole beam saber. This one, the beam part of the saber is not in color. But there he's holding the beam saber. It looks right. That looks about how it looked in the show, if I remember right. That's how it looked in the anime. And then we can put the shield together. Slide that in like so. There's the shield. And And yeah. And then there's a, it says here there's just a beam saber handle. So this is the beam saber with the beam uncolored, and this is just the beam saber handle, no beam. It says here in the instruction manual, you could use the beam saber handle as you like. Use this part as you like. Delightful. Just use it as you like. So here, I'll have him hold the gun since we had him hold the beam saber a second ago. Perfect. It's exactly what I imagined it looked like in the anime. That's my boy right there. That's our good old Grandpa Gundam. As detailed and articulate as it could ever be. It never gets better than this. 45 years of technology, and it never got better than this. Looking good, King. So that's the whole kit. That's it. That's the original Grandpa. This is what they were. This is what you were buying in 1979. Anyways, here's what you're buying in 2024. I kidded you. I kidded you. We're gonna build the actual real grade 2.0 as well. It was all a joke. We're gonna build the modern boy as well. And we can judge them. Which one is superior? Which one is better? And it'll be all fun. And as you can see, the amount of plastic and decals in this one, quite a bit more than our old faithful here, our old friend. I have also done the courtesy of already cutting up the parts. Again, I don't want to be here for 10 hours or however long it would take. So here's our instruction for the new boy. Much thicker, you might notice. Many more parts, you might notice. As you can see. Much more going on. I like this page. That's just like, look at all the cool poses it can do. Perhaps most prominent in this kit is that it features a full inner frame. So if you take off all the outer armor, there won't be any hollow space inside of it. You can see its naked skeleton, very lewd, very degenerate. Then we can get started on this boy. We can get started on the real grade 2.0 for realsies. So first up, we've got the body unit, the chest unit, as it says here. I have separated out these parts because otherwise it would be impossible to understand what part it wanted me to grab, because there are many tiny pieces. Many tiny little baby pieces. Yeah. All right, let's get cooking. As you can see, the average piece size here, much smaller, much smaller. I need... Then we turn this way, and we get this guy on. Like that. And it swings. According to this, it swings down. Unless I am putting it on incorrectly. There we go. Needed to click in. You might have heard it. Then we got this bigger piece that will swing into like this. Swing up into its ears. Yeah. Oh no, I put it on the wrong way. Has to go in. So then it'll swing up. Yes, like that. Oop. There we go. So then we have to get two more little guys. This little guy. This little guy. They kind of slide through each other. And then this will slide up here. And we just have to tilt it down and fold it in. And then we move over to these guys. Who followed me? As in Throws, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the Rose Rabbit Army. I'm Daihime-sama. I'm a VTuber usually, but today, because we're building Gunpla, you get to see my meat hands. We've just finished building the original, revived version of the original 1144th Gundam. And now, for comparison's sake, we are building the Real Grade 2.0, both of which just came out this year. Well, technically, one of them came out in 1979, but you know. Need the other one. That should be right. No, it's the other one. This one. There we go. As long as the little nub here is on the left side. You love this kit? Just built it a month ago? Well, welcome, Daifufu. I hope you'll enjoy me watching it. It's off to a good start so far. It's off to a good start. Boop, 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 boop. Bum, bum, bum. wrong one. Messing up at this stage can be a problem, so I'm being very careful. You're so happy they finally changed the nub placement on the chest armor? Almost only ever build master grade and perfect grade anymore. I really like the RG line, actually. I feel like the RG line has been really strong lately. The last few years, I think it's actually started to outclass the master grade line. Kareen Pond, thank you so much for the raid. The raid notification didn't go off, even though other notifications went off. I don't know why. That's just Twitch for you. Thank you for the raid. I'll give you a quick shout out. I hope you enjoyed your stream. Give me a second here, chat room. I appear to have dropped something. I'm glad you enjoyed it. What were you streaming? While I crawl around on the floor looking for what I dropped. You were streaming a live reading of H.P. Lovecraft's The Festival. Oh, that's really cool. found it. I found it. I say this every time I've streamed building Gunpla henchbuns, but I always get one drop per stream. I'm allowed to drop one piece, and I consider it a good stream if I keep it to just one. You've set a goal to do streams more like that? Need lots of practice? It is a fun idea. I've thought about doing readings of stuff too. I should get into that. I think it would be fun. And people seem to like my voice, so be another way to leverage my awesome powers of my low attractiveness, because I'm attractive. Yeah, that's how it would go. I try to be ginger with real grades. We're dealing with small pieces here, and if any of them fly off, they're gone forever. It's into the void. Like, dropping one is one thing, because I'm like, well, I know it's right below my legs somewhere. If it flies off into the void, then it's just, that's it. That's game over. One thing I really like about modern real grades is the frame pieces have different, like, shades of gray they're molded in. You can see there's kind of like a lighter gray and a darker one, which I think is a really nice thing. Even if you didn't see it, it's nice to know that there's such a level of detail in there. Thank you. Thank you for wishing me luck. This and this, and so this is kind of like the neck piece. There we go. Now we're getting to some of the actual armor pieces, some of the actual color. Trying to see how this goes on. Ah, okay, here we go. It's on the bottom here. I have to pull it out. That's great. I also just feel like, you know, there was somebody talking about how they only really build master grades and perfect grades. I feel like they just don't release enough master grades anymore. It feels like we only get like 1 or 2 master grades a year. And one of them's usually like the version pop. Like they usually do like a Vert Katoki every year. And then just like one other master grade. It's just, it feels like it's not much anymore. And they usually release a few real grades, so like there's more for me to keep up with. That's kind of my thoughts on it. So like, if I you know, I guess if you're not an extreme Gunpla head who feels fine only buying, you know, a few kits a year, then yeah. But I'm a sicko. I'm an addict. I'm like, well, I need more than that. Plus, I just think the real grade kits have been looking very good recently. Oop, slipped up. Let's see if I can is on purpose. Oh, there we go. Wait. No. You like the soundtrack? It's it's Armored Core. It's their 20th anniversary, like, music collection. Doesn't seem like I can do it that way. Maybe I've got the wrong one. Try this one. I think I've got the wrong little blue square. Yep, that's right. Because there were two very similar blue squares, and I think I just misread the instructions about which went where. There we go. It's got some nice little, like, gray detail. I love it when, on kits, like, the frame underneath the armor is, like, poking out a little bit. I think that's very fun. Getting more color on here. Sorry, there's no lurk command. I still don't really understand what lurk commands do. If anything. If they just tell me you're lurking, that's fine, you can lurk. I do not need to be informed of such things. So people have, like, tried to explain lurk commands to me before, and I don't really get it. This might be an autism thing, I don't know. Yeah, that's fine. And I'm okay with that. I'm okay with people lurking. I've just never really understood it as a command. Because it doesn't feel like the command actually does anything. I don't know. I probably just don't get it. This is right, I'm doing it incorrect. Get in there, Mr. Vent. Eek. I'll get this. I can figure this out. Let's try this one. Process of elimination. That's how you do it, henchmans. Oh, I think I figured out why. I think the armor wasn't pushed tightly enough, which means it was too tight for the vents to get in. Let's try it now. See, now the raid notif went off. I don't know what it is with Twitch. Owl raid from Kalmia Amanita. Thank you for the raid. Let me give you a quick shout out. If I can spell this right. Thank you very much for the raid, Kalmia Amanita. I'm Daihime-sama, princess and leader of the Rose Rabbit Army. I'm here to conquer the world by being attractive and good at video games and also building cool robots. I normally stream all kinds of video games, but today I'm building Gunpla. This is... Well, first we built the revive of the very first Gunpla ever made back in 1979. Look at this boy. They reprinted it for the 45th anniversary of Gundam. So that's the very impressive lad we built today. Look at that leg spread. This is literally as far as it can spread its legs. And now we're building the real grade 2.0 of the original Gundam, which was also released this year for Gundam's 45th anniversary. Ah, now winning. So we're gonna have two very different looking Gundams here. They're both the same Gundam, but they're gonna look very different. Because one was made in 1979. The very first Gunpla kit ever made, and one was made this year. So we're gonna learn a lot about how plastic technology has advanced. You love owls? 1979 was a good year indeed. For Gundam, because that's when Gundam was created. I don't know about in general, but it was a good year for Gundam. There it goes. Clicked right in. So now we have, as you can see, proportions already looking quite a bit different. As you can see. There's our upper torso. Next, we're going to build the core fighter. with some small pieces. There we go. Now I'm going to take another sip of my tea, which I should drink faster because it's getting cold. Okay. So for those who have seen the original Gundam, you will know that the Gundam is made up of this thing called the Core Fighter. And the Core Fighter is a little like jet plane type vehicle that combines with the upper and lower halves of the Gundam itself, you know, its legs and upper torso, to form one complete unit. Now, in 1979, it was hard to give a model kit a core fighter, because that would mean, you know, you were affecting the stability of the plastic model itself by having this little, you know, transforming jet plane that the whole thing formed around. It probably meant that it would just fall apart. Not so with 2024's technology. We can actually have the little plane in there. We're going to build that now. That one. Oops, forgot to put on something first. This little guy here. Now we can put this on. Slip it in. Do you mind if I slip it right in, Henchman? Oh, I see. This time we actually do pull it out. There we go. There we go. We got the little front of the core fighter. Now we're gonna have to build kind of around it. we go. And this goes on... like here. I believe. No, I've got the wrong one. The directions confused me. They go on like this. There we go. Has to face backwards. So now for the other side. By the by, henchbuns, I hope you all had a good Christmas. I very much enjoyed doing my yearly Nights and Christmas Nights stream. That's one of my favorite games. So I appreciate that everybody always shows up for those streams every year. That's 4 years running I've been doing the night streams. Around the Christmas time. They haven't always been like exactly on Christmas Eve, but always right before my little Christmas vacation, my little Christmas break. And I enjoyed that a lot. I always enjoy playing that game. And then on Christmas Day itself, I saw Nosferatu, which released on Christmas Day. Robert Eggers' Nosferatu. It was an excellent horror film that I loved a lot. I've liked all of Robert Eggers' films so far. I like The Lighthouse, you know, with Robert Pattinson and Willem Dafoe. Willem Dafoe was also in Nosferatu. I always appreciate when Willem Dafoe can show up in a movie and just be a total freak. That's always very fun. It's always great to give Willem Dafoe more crazy freaks to be. I enjoyed Nosferatu a whole bunch. The only problem was, my theater, for whatever reason, was fucked up, and the speakers were so loud that every time the movie got loud, the speakers were literally like peaking. Like when you're this crackle that comes from peaking speakers, it was absurd. So that kind of hurt the experience because I could tell the soundscape of that film was really beautiful. Otherwise, so it's definitely something I want to watch again at home whenever it becomes available on a home release. But otherwise, I had a great time with it. I really loved it. A true vampire movie in every sense of the word, I feel. I feel like it's the first true, like, classical vampire film in a very long time. I really loved it. Very good. It's a late contender, but I think it might be the best film released this year. Yes, they do go on here. Might be my favorite of these. It's my favorite film. And if it's my favorite, then it's the best, so it works out. Evil I may be, henchbuns, but even I love the Christmas time. Especially when it comes with a nice spooky movie to watch. Yeah, I'd love to see it again. I don't know if I want to see it again in, like, theaters right away, but definitely when it releases on a DVD or streaming or whatever. I see what I'm doing wrong here. I think. Then we've got these little guys that go on the back. They're like thrusters, basically. They're the little jet thrusters for the core fighter. Simply press them in delicately. Firmly grasp it. So even the little, what's really cute is that the little canopy here can even open. Isn't that fun? Isn't that just totally adorable? Just a little jet plane for your enjoyment. Just a fun little jet plane. Now, this also comes with landing gear. If you want to display the core fighter on its own, there are little landing gears that come with it. So I can plug these in here. Now, unfortunately, I did have a little mishap last night, Hench Friends, when I was cutting out the pieces. I spilled them everywhere, on my floor, by accident. And the little landing gear that goes in the front here is still missing. I haven't been able to find it. And I considered this an acceptable loss because, let's be real, I'm never going to display the core fighter on its own. It's always going to be in the robot. But in case you wanted to do that, there are little landing gears. Now, when the core fighter transforms from jet mode into the waist of the robot mode, you push this in, you push the canopy in, you swing it back, and you... hang on. Push that forward. And then this just folds all the way in, the little wing. And then it's just a little block now. This is what we call the core block, because it's just a block. And this will become the innards of the Gundam's torso. As we will soon see once we assemble this bit here. Get that landing gear out of here. I don't need that. It's definitely this one. It's this one. this should kind of like slide in like basically like a puzzle piece. Interlocks. Yep. It's as shrimple as that. Here we go. Except I have accidentally put in a part upside down. So I have to remove that. And flip this back to the right side. Happens. It happens to the best of us, even me. And I am the best of us. Don't you get it twisted. And this, yep, right in there. There we go. Side. There we go. Yep. All right. That's on. So as you can see here from the instructions, all three components here kind of slide onto each other. So that goes in, and then you can see here the back kind of clamps down on it. And then this goes in. Just don't forget this part. This connects here. Okay, mister. Stop making me look bad. And then this part on like it looks kind of like a spine, which is kind of cool. There we go. It's got to get way up in there. There we go. So now that's the whole torso. Pretty neat. I really like how this back part here like locks in. Again, it kind of looks like a spine. But there we go. There's the whole torso. Again, already proportionally different, you could say, from the original. Should not take this long. Making sure I can miss it. This clear piece, that's gonna slide in the back of this head frame. There we go, like so. See a little bit of it poking out the back there. Got some foil stickers to put on. But I'm not gonna elect to do that right now because I want to top coat this kit with a matte, and any foil like shiny stickers on that would be ruined by that. So I'm not gonna do that now. We will do that later. I will do that after the fact. That's a later thing. Just popped out. That's a tomorrow Daihime problem. That's for the Daihime of the future to deal with. Got kind of this yellow piece, which will be the eyes. Gonna slide right in the back here. See, now it has eyes. And so now we have like kind of the frame of our head, which is fun. Bottom of the face. The mask. So now it's starting to look like a Gundam head. I appreciate how putting this white over this red creates this nice little layer of coloring. I think that's very nice. It really does show that plastic technology has come a long way. This. We've kind of created the head crest. And that should slide right in here. Yeah. Yeah, looking good, King. Looking good, King. with armor for each side of the head. And then the top of the helmet. Voila, there's our head. Looks pretty good. There we have it. There we have our torso so far. There we go, just to compare. A little less fat. He's lost some weight. You know, he's a little less wide. Next we have the backpack. All right, so now we can make the backpack. So it locks in. Lock in, gamer. It's kind of like a keyhole. There's like a specific shape that the peg and hole are so that they fit in, and then when you turn it, it's locked in. Now we have the frame of the backpack constructed. Two little arms here that will attach here, and the verniers, the propulsion jets, whatever you want to call them, will attach. Keeps exploding out of my hand. Ah, I put on the wrong guy. Here we go. This guy. That's the correct guy. Always put on the correct guy. Little bell thrusters. Wraps on here. Bam. Like so. That goes there. Beam sabers go up top. And that goes on his back. You're looking more Gundam-like every second, Mr. Gundam. Now, a fun thing is that, because these here can rotate, right, the little things on the back, they do that because you can rotate this forward, and that makes it easier to do like a pose where the Gundam reaches over its back like it's reaching for the beam saber, and it can like actually hold it. So it's just like a nice little articulation thing. There we have that. And next we shall do the waist. All right. Waist unit. Where is it? Here we go. Nope, that's not the right guy. This is the right guy. Here we go. Like that. Align with the grooves, tightly fit the parts as far as they can go. There we go. That seems pretty well aligned. We're gonna make the parts kiss. Gotta make the parts kiss. So this is kind of gonna slide up and go in here. So it's kind of slid up, and then there's like a groove in the back here that this part fits in the middle of, as you can see. That groove there slides up. Like so. The parts are kissing now. They're inside of each other. And we can fit the other guy on it. Always remember to make your Gunpla parts kiss. And that goes right in there. So we've got kind of like, this is going to be for kind of the waist movements. Now we have new guys. In like that. That was the wrong one. This one. And this side. Go. Need this fellow. Bum 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 ba dun dun. That's gonna go up in there. It seems. Am I correct? Yes. I was correct. I was absolutely correct. Beam bum, beam bum, beam bum, beam bum. There's that. There we go. So this kind of, yeah, it kind of attaches. So you can, there's like this part here is this bit here is semicircular, so it goes around this circular edge. I'll hold it in there with my other finger while I attach the other guy. There we go. Now that is fitted around it. Okay. I'm looking at it from the back here. This is gonna go on here. This guy goes on here. On the top. A guy popped off. Never pop off too hard, hench buns. Never pop off too hard, or else that'll happen to you. You fall into my carpet, and potentially get lost forever. That would not be good for you. To fit on correctly. Nope, that was not correct. Oh, there we go. It had to pop a little bit. I was worried about pressing too hard because these parts are kind of thin, but there we go. There we go. Slide that on. Get the little crotch piece on here. Careful now. As you can see, it's very small. There we go. Slip that in. Seems right, maybe? It's as far as it can go on, so I think that's okay. And then the little yellow fellows. No, this should be on more. Let me look at this again. Oh, that's because I put it on upside down. That explains it. That would explain it. That would explain that. yellow guys are on. There is the whole waist. So now let's put this peg in this hole. There we go. Looking good, Grandpa. Looking good. So now we have the whole head and torso build. Which means next up we've got all of the appendages. So as the guide here is displaying, he has quite. Oh, well, never mind. Mr. Gundam here has quite the forward bend. And also his head can tilt way the fuck up, so we get some pretty extreme posing. And that leaves us onto the arms henchbuns, but I have to use the restroom, so I'm gonna take a real quick break and be right back. Why is it so small? Why are you so small? There we go. I will be right back. So enjoy the tunes, and I'll return in a few minutes, and we'll do the rest of Mr. Gundam here. It'll be fun. Henge buttons, I have returned. I have relieved myself, and now I have a cup of water to wash down my tea. So let us continue. We're gonna do the arms. Arms are up. Arms are here to stay. I'm excited to continue this kit. I'm enjoying it a lot so far. It's been quite good, as you would imagine. This is what 45 years of Gunpla technology have wrought, compared to the OG here, Mr. Original. Quite a lot has gone down in 45 years. Plastic has come so far. Much like games have come a long way since Pac-Man, Gunpla has come a long way since 1979. We're gonna build our first arm. One arm coming right up. Come here. Come here, my child. Become one. And this fellow. Just right. Oop. Okay, don't fall. Don't fall, baby. At least don't fall where I can't catch you. Little guy. There we go. Turn it 90 degrees. Got this little hook here. Goes right in. And we're just gonna wait. Hang on. Hang on. I have to get it in there. I have to get it all the way in. I'm gonna be careful about it. No, get out, get out. Let me get my handy dandy part separator. There we go. I don't want to force it. There we go. A little bit tricky, but we got it. Need you. And you. You actually, I need the white one. Should be right. No, I think I got it upside down. Yeah, there we go. That is correct. This guy comes in like that. And then we've got the shape that I can only describe as a weird scoop. Which will scoop up here. Yep. And then these two are gonna connect. Like so. Straighten it back out. So now it's the straight arm. This is what I need. I need this fella. So this guy's gonna go right about here. Right there. Wrong one. Got my left and right pieces mixed up. Should fit right here. Maybe it means like this. It has to be like this. Maybe I was wrong. Oh. Oh yeah, I think it was. It does go on like this. I did not get my lefts and my rights mixed up. Yeah? And then this little circle goes there. Kind of locks in when you turn it. Then the other one on the other side. There we go. And we're gonna bend the elbow. Attach this little fella. Can bend back. Sky goes here. Right there. I do, again, another thing I like about real grade kits is that even though these are both white, they're like one slightly more gray, so it just creates this two-toned illusion, like there's more detail. Like the illusion of detail, I guess, is kind of the way I put it. It's very nice. You're supposed to stay on there, my friend. Let's put this back on. side, we'll have this on. There we go. Then this little guy. I'm locked in, henchman, so I'm sorry if I'm not super talkative. I'm kind of focused. That's what I like about Gunpla streams. They give me a chance to kind of just lock in on something. You know? Not quite right. See what I've done here. I see what's happened. I understand it now. I've been building the left arm the whole time. That's okay. You can do any arm in any order. It won't hurt anybody. As long as he's armed, you know? I'm just gonna put these hands over here so I can make sure they're on the right side when I build them. But I will put them together. We'll put the hands with their little hand guards, I guess you could say. The wrists, the top of their hands, regardless. That's a fist. So as you can see, this little fist here, perhaps a bit more detailed than our, you know, just solid gray cube of a hand on the old guy. So thanks to the way this is put together, the arm can bend like full double jointed. Like it goes all the way up, you know, like you can do a full arm curl in real life. This guy can do full arm curls too. Which is more can be said of the old one here. This is literally as far as its arm curls. This is as far as it can go. He is evolving. All right, next we got a shoulder. Whoop. There it goes. Fell down behind my retrieved. Gunpla retrieval arc. What is that? I don't know. There we go. This time it did not pop off too hard. There we go. I put it on upside down. Problem solved. Bum, bum, bum. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. Get in there. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. There we go. It has occurred to me I might be being too ginger sometimes, because it just slips right out of my fingers. I try to be gentle with the things I love, but they always just end up broken. Tragic. There we go. Oh no, this isn't right. It should go on the other way. There we go. It's so weird that it didn't work that well before. Anyways. There we have a shoulder. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna slip this on. lift it up so that this can go on the pole here, the peg. There we go. There's one arm. On to the next. Okay. Back to the start. Build our second arm. Boy. Well, I need many boys, but I need this boy specifically right now. This fella on here. A scoop. One that has a scoop shape. Put that together. Actually, I need to put on this first. And not put it on upside down. Don't put it on upside down. That's like rule number 1. Very important place to start is not doing it upside down. Bam, there we go. Put the little circles onto where the kind of the elbow joints are. Lock them in by turning them. Same with the other one. Whoop. Get back on there. Never mind, it didn't fall off. It was just another piece. Put this little tiny guy in here. This little tiny guy. You gotta hold it like a cigarette. It makes you feel cooler. It's a shame that smoking is so sexy in fiction, but so gross in real life. You see, like, somebody smoke and then kiss someone in real life, and you're like, in fiction, you think that'd probably feel super good, and then you actually do it in real life, and it's not. One of the many disappointing things about the 3D reality. On there, and then one on the other side. No, I need you to get in properly, please. There we go. Guy in. Got a couple of hands. Slide that one in there. Wrong one. Wrong hand. There we go. Now for the other shoulder. Bit. Which sandwiches them all together. And the rest of the shoulder armor can go on. So just like before, we'll slip this on first and fold it up. There we have it. There's our arms. I'll put this other hand on. There's our arms. Arms completed. And that means what we have left is the legs. Legs to go. Now, the legs are usually the longest part of building any kit, because, you know, they're the legs. They're kind of the longest part of the body. But this doesn't seem too bad. Alright, time for our first leg. Let's spread this out a little bit so pieces are easier to see. Okay. That. We need this. Activate the other one first. This guy. You get a nice double page spread of all of the model kit with all of its details. Here's what its inner frame looks like without any of the armor, which is pretty cool. All of the weapons and stuff. All the poses you can make it do. internal frame modeled after the series. And it even has a little bit of advice here about detailing. You see, here's a picture of it without any paint or detailing. Here's a picture of it with panel lining, which is when you fill in the little detail lines with like they have Gundam markers they sell for that, or you can do it with paint as well. And then here's it added with added weathering, right? They're like, here, we're showing you how you can make your kits look even better with just a little bit of additional work. I think what we're working on now is the foot. We're making a foot. We're making some Gundam grippers. Even though Gundams don't really have toes, so to speak. I'd actually be, you know, if I ever saw a Gundam with like articulated toes, I would be very unhappy. I wouldn't like that. I wouldn't. I would not want to see that. TBH. I would not want to see a Gundam with articulated toes. That's my point. Like, it should just be like one foot. It doesn't need toes. That would be when I would be like, science has gone too far. Feet can have detailed inner frames on Gundams, but no toes, please. Got this, and then we've got this. Wait, no, that's the wrong thing. This is the thing I need. Even this little bit here has frame to it. Wrong one. I need the other little circle. It's hard to tell them apart. There we go. This is the guy. This guy. And then this. Wait. No, I put it on there. Just I have to turn it around there. There we go, slide that in. Slides over. Where's the stepper? I'm gonna call this part the stepper. Here's the stepper. I like the little detailed jets on the feet, on the bottom of the foot. Looks real nice. Then we flip this over. Put some red on there. Put some red on it. Hello there, everybody. Bottom. Aaron Bunny, thank you for giving Gamma Chris a gift set. Again, Twitch doesn't like showing me my notifications today for some strange reason. This is the wrong piece. This is the right piece. Put this on the back. On the bottom. So again, you know, if you want to compare feet for whatever reason, this is the foot of the new Gundam. Here's our original Gundam from 1979. It's all about the little details you might find. Many little details compared to the old one. Things sure have changed in 45 years when it comes to plastic crap that you spend too much money on. That... Okay. Kind of slips on. And then we swing this. Oh. Okay, sir, I'm gonna need to ask you to rotate, please. They did hire the freaks. The Gundam foot freaks who have to make sure the bottom of the foot is as exquisitely detailed as possible. Trying to separate this with my part separator. Just trying to be wary about forcing anything too much, lest something break. I thought it went. Get loose. Cut loose. There we go. There we go. Okay. Just be careful in the future. Next time, for the next leg, I guess. Don't squeeze them too tight. Flip right up. You should try printing small joints with your 3D printer. I wish you luck. That sounds scary. Oh, there we go. I had to push it down more until it clicked, and then it has clearance to swing all the way up. I'm just careful about pushing things really hard because I really don't want to break anything. But sometimes things do require a little more force. Sometimes you gotta really just push it. Sometimes you gotta make sure it's all the way in there. Digging deep. Let's get this guy. Facing this way. As it goes in here. Yeah, if you don't bottom out, you're starting a fire. Exactly. Always remember to bottom out. It's the safest way. This little fella. This little fella. Is gonna go kind of up in here. Take a break from that and work on this. Just kind of slide through each other. And this kind of pulls back. This fellow, at the end of that, flip it up. You know what I've been thinking about lately is, Henchbuns, is, Metroid Prime 4. I'm so excited for that game. And everybody's wondering if they'll, like, announce it as, like, the quote-unquote Switch 2 as, like, its big first game. That'd be cool. I hope Metroid Prime 4 is really good, because, it's been so long. It's been so long coming. It's always hard to temper your expectations for something that has had its hype built up for like 5 million years. Like, no video game is gonna cure cancer and bring all of your dead friends back to life. So it's important to temper expectations to things that are within the realm of physical possibility. But sometimes you've just been waiting so long. The Primes are all good. I like all three of them. Even if, in my opinion, it's kind of a downward slope, like, I like 1 the most, and then 2, and then 3, I'm like, well, it's like going from 10 to a 9 to an 8. Like, they're all still pretty good. One is really good. I think the only problem with 1 is that compared to the other games, especially, its areas are kind of generic, right? Like, it's fire area, ice area, temple, jungle, that sort of thing. The others are a little more unique, but I feel like its actual level design is the best. That's just my correct opinion, though. Like a thigh to me. Soy sauce for geese, thank you for the resub. Again, I don't know why my notifications aren't going off correctly, but thank you for the resub. Follows worked. A raid worked once. Then none of the subs worked. Twitch's notifications have been really uppity lately, which is unfortunate because I really like having everything I need in one place. I don't really want to go back to using Streamlabs for that sort of thing, but if it keeps doing that, I'm just gonna be like, yes. You know, but regardless, Gunpla is cool. It's fun to build. We're building a leg right now. It's fun. It's I myself consider it very relaxing. It's kind of like almost a zen thing for me. Like, I'm just chill. I'm very chill while doing it. And it's kind of very fun to see it all come together. Especially this kit has been very fun because it has what we call a full inner frame. So this is the sexy elude skeleton of the Gundam, and then we're gonna put on all these white armor parts, and it'll be this like. So it has like a full inner skeleton. There's no like hollowness inside of it. Like if you took apart like this guy would just be hollow on the inside, because this is the original Gunpla kit released in 1979. Technology has come far enough that like there's just like a full inner skeleton now, and it's really cool. And so there's like layers to the armor. As you would expect there to be if it were like, you know, real. If Gundam was real, you know, it wouldn't just be hollow inside like its outer armor. There would be like joints and machinery and that sort of stuff. Yeah, I think all of the areas in Metroid Prime 1 are very well designed and very fun to explore. I just mean in terms of, like, theming, they're kind of basic, right? Like I said, fire, ice, you know, that sort of thing. Whereas 2 is a lot more visually unique. And 3 also has a lot of really cool places. Do any mecha series get into endo versus exoskeleton? I'm not sure. I'm not sure what that would be like. I mean, there's been mecha series where the mechs kind of like visually resemble insects and bugs, but they haven't been like, you know, they haven't made like a point of having an exoskeleton. Frankly, I'm not sure what that would be like for a mech, right? Because like, it's not skin, it's just the armor plating around the internal mechanics, right? It's not really like a skeleton. I mean, I guess in terms of like, it's what props the whole thing up. It's like a skeleton, but it's just like the armor protects the internal mechanics that keep the thing moving, right? Like, I'm not sure how that would work if it was all on the outside, right? That would kind of defeat the purpose. Maybe you can tell me what your idea would look like, because that sounds interesting. But now we're starting to put on the armor plate. Why hasn't someone made a mech with an exoskeleton? I don't know. That's kind of just what I was pondering, I guess. That's what I was just thinking about. I don't really know what exoskeletons would be like for mechs. Right? Because the point of an exoskeleton on like a bug is that they're all hard on the outside and they're all squishy organs on the inside. There's like no skin. If it doesn't need to hold the atmosphere, why not make the skin load bearing? Good question, I guess. I don't know. Again, I don't really know what that would look like on something mechanical, you know? Maybe I just don't have the correct imagination or the correct engineering background. Does this have an actual G-Fighter model? Do you mean the core fighter? Is that what you mean? Because yes, there is a core fighter. Hang on. Yeah, it does have a core fighter. I'm wiggling to get it out. There we go. Yep, core fighter. Here's your core fighter. I guess those who are unfamiliar with Gundam, the original Gundam has what's known as a core fighter, which is this little, like, jet plane. It can fly in and out of atmosphere, so I don't know if it qualifies as a jet. Basically, the pilot is in here, folds up, and then it forms the kind of inner torso of the Gundam itself. So it goes in here. And then the bottom half of the torso goes over there. So basically the cockpit of the mech itself is like a spaceship that the rest of the Gundam forms around. And it's it also has a cockpit hatch. The Gundam itself has a cockpit hatch on the outside. This is what this is right here. And the pilot can get out that way. You can see a little bit of the cockpit in there. But they can also just fly out in the core fighter. So what happens a lot in the original Gundam series is that the core fighter will fly out of what's known as, it's called White Base, but it's like just a big ship, right? The core fighter will fly out of the hatch on the bigger, like, kind of mothership where they keep all the other, where they store all the mechs. You know, they launch them out of the big mothership, and then they'll just launch the upper and bottom halves of the Gundam also out, and then so they'll align in mid-flight, and then it'll just kind of land. I mean, it makes no real sense, but it's fun. It's a fun thing to watch. It is a fun gimmick that probably sold some toys back in 1979. It's something that is on its face really impractical when you think about it for 5 seconds. But you know, this is an anime, so no one's gonna, like, successfully shoot the Gundam when it's in mid-combination. That's just not how these things are done. It's just not done. You just don't shoot the hero mech in the middle of its combination. It's just bad. It's just gauche, you know? It's poor etiquette. One thing I've really liked about this kit so far is that there are 2 shades of white. You can see this one's got a little more gray to it, so it kind of creates this fun illusion of having more detail by having some of the armor pieces be like slightly different shades of white. That's one thing I really like about the RGs, is the real grade line of kits is they do that a lot. Kind of makes it feel a little more realistic. Or militaristic, I guess? This one on before these. Regardless, it looks cool. That is my point. Not every Gundam in the series uses the core fighter thing. Even in the very next Gundam series after the original Zeta Gundam, the Zeta Gundam itself is it transforms. Like, it turns into a jet itself fully, so there's no point really to having, like, the core fighter inside of it. The Zeta is one of my favorite Gundam designs. I love it so much. Anyways, first leg complete. Let's do the other one. And then the core fighters return with the double Zeta. Except the double Zeta is a very large boy. It's fucking huge. It's fucking wide. So it actually combines via 3 different core fighters, piloted by 3 different people that all combine into one very large boy. Which is pretty cool. I like the Double Zeta's design a lot. It's actually a really great design. I feel like Double Zeta goes kind of undersung in terms of mecha design and also just the show in general. Double Zeta haters simply do not understand the vision. We're getting there, chat room. We're getting there, hench buns. Gotta build a foot again. We have to start again at the foot. We have to stare at Gundam feet pics again. Luckily, because I've done it once now, it should go much faster. Where's the guy I need? Where's the boy I need? There it is. Armored Core has such incredible music. I could listen to it all day. I hope whatever comes next for Armored Core, they let the series composer go a little crazier, because I felt that 6's soundtrack, while fine, was a little too understated. This man should be going wild on the drum and bass, is my opinion. He should be going fucking nuts. Armored Core 6 had some good tracks in it, but not all. They didn't go fucking nuts enough, is my opinion. Yeah, I know, the best Armored Core 6 songs are in, like, the little album the composer released, where it's, like, a bunch of remixes of songs from the game, except they're allowed to go nuts. That's what I'm saying. They really should just let that guy go a little crazier. I feel like because Armored Core 6 has a more, like, kind of explicit story than previous entries, they wanted, like, more tonal music, but I don't know. Armored Core 6 has, like, the best actual boss fights in the series, so I feel like some of those bosses really should have had some crazy music. Like, the music wasn't crazy enough for how cool a lot of those bosses were. It was a little disappointing. The thing about Armored Core is that up until 6, the vast majority of its bosses, I'll say, were either rival a Armored Core, you know, a rivaled mech that is like your mech, which is cool and fine. Every mech thing should have a bunch of rival mechs you have to fight. But then the other form of boss is what I like to call a flying brick that shoots 500 missiles at you from all the way across the map, which was less fun. That was usually less fun. And I feel like it was with 6 that we really got some really cool bosses for one of the first times in the series. 4 and 4 Answer did have the cool giant things, like what was it, Mother Will? That thing, you know, things like that are fucking cool. And I was disappointed 6 only had like the giant walker. I would have liked more things like that in 6 too. But my point was, they really should have just had some crazier music to go along with those crazy bosses. That's my opinion. This fella? And then this fella? And we put this guy on here. Foot armor. Very important to keep your toesies secure. Except I forgot to put in a piece. So So now we will go backwards. Alright, now the toesies will be secure. Get that thing on. Get that shit on. He's got that shit on. And then the feet, the pad of the foot, which is like a little booster, like their little jets, which is really cool looking. Flip that around. A nub I forgot to cut off. There we go. Nice and clean. Bum 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 bum. Foot completed. We are feeted. Foot gaming. I'm the feet gamer. No, I'm not. Don't quote me on that. Don't ever repeat that. You shouldn't say that sort of thing if you want to be accepted within social circles. Don't fall. Where is it? There it is. Bum, 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 bum. Yeah, this one. Bada bing. Here's my little guy, my special little guy. Here's my special little guy. We're going right in here. sec. That in. Grab this. Up. There we go. Pop that in. Always nice to get a satisfying pop when you slip it in. Should be. Oh, yeah, that's right. There we go. This blad. Sandwich it. Like a plastic sandwich. That onto the thigh. There we go. So, if you'll notice now, because of how it works, when the leg bends, it creates a nice mechanical movement where like parts extend. Right? I really like this. It looks really cool. This is one of the things I love about these real great kits, is they're always doing stuff like this, where the parts like kind of shift and move on the skeleton as they extend from each other. It looks really neat, in my opinion. I always love that sort of thing. Looks cool as hell. Just really fun engineering on these. I'm not an engineer by trade, but I can respect obviously all the levels of detail that go into kits like this. Plastic engineering. We can engineer plastic. Robots are sexy like that. Getting to the actual armor now. There it is. That's the one I want for this side. Put on these little bits, the little circles. A Juggalo-themed death scythe? I don't really know what that would look like. Wouldn't it make more sense to make the heavy arms the Juggalo? That's the one that literally wore a clown mask. Just saying. I guess that's true. That's true, it does have the clip. Okay, what's the next boy I need? This is the next boy I need. This boy. Wrong boy. Wait, no. That was the correct boy. I just had it upside down. Slap this baby on. Again, it's this neat layering I like, right? Because there's the gray skeleton, and there's this kind of like lighter gray under armor. And then the white armor that goes over on top of it. It's really neat. Yeah. Second leg. Now let's get that leg on. Let's get those legs on. Oh dear. I need you to stay tilted so it becomes easier to slip you onto the pig here. Bah. Please. Please, Mr. Gundam. No? Okay. I'll get you. I'll get you good. Whoop. I just need you to stay on. There we go. So again, let's do a little comparison. Here's how far here's how far this kit can spread its legs. He can do the Jacko pose. Here's how far the original kit released in 1979 can spread its legs. That's literally as far as it can go. I'm pulling it. You can see me pulling it. Delightful. Look at that. Look how far we've come. "45 years of plastic technology goes crazy." All right. So the main body is all completed. Now we just have to do our weapons. demonstrate something else first. I wanted to see if I could do it with the old kit. I'm gonna try and make it kneel, like kneel down. So we're gonna. Here's how far that leg can go. So here's our attempt. Here's my best. I can't. It's like here. I'm trying to make it kneel, right? It can't. Let's try and make this guy kneel. There we go. It was actually really easy to do. And it's standing up on its own. We can make it kneel. I really like how when you bend the leg, you can see like the armor like spread apart. It's pretty fun. That's a pretty fun thing to do. Special little guy. I called you my special little guy and you have the audacity to fall out. How could you do this to me? How could you betray me like this? So again, it's pretty funny how far technology has come. All right, let's get our weapons built. First up, we've got the beam rifle. Very important, very classic. Slip in. Oh, I have to connect these first. My bad. I thought that was connecting into a different place on the beam rifle, but it's all part of the same mechanism. There we go. That's right, it's the second handle. There we go. Then we've got, here we go, this little top part. And then a round guy on the back. Where's the little thing? Ah, here it is. Yellow guy. The kind of the scope. This sandwiches in from the front. Oop, nope, I forgot to cut off. Oh. And the little end of the rifle. There we go. So there's the beam rifle. I like, again, that it's in the, like, two-toned black and gray. This can swivel side to side. This is a handle for it to hold on to. Pretty good. Next up, we've got the Hyper Bazooka. Always fun. the old 1979 kit did not have a bazooka, so this is entirely new to us. But it is one of the original Gundam's standard armaments. Is a bazooka, the Hyper Bazooka. Thank you. Thank you for complimenting the pink, and hello, Frosty Klondike. Thank you for joining us. Happy to have you. The Tubi boy. No. Twist it. Get it twisted. This goes up top. Pop that baby on. You just saw Sonic 3 and a Nosferatu in one day? Crazy. I saw Nosferatu on Christmas and really enjoyed it. I'm gonna see Sonic 3 probably in the coming weeks. But then our bazooka ammunition goes in. What's fun is that you can kind of see the rockets through the little gaps here. Yeah, Nosferatu was absolutely fantastic. I loved it. Probably my favorite movie of this year. I've seen some good movies this year. Well, that's the Hyper Bazooka. It extends, by the way. It gets longer. Finally, we have the shield. And this boy. And this boy. Put it on this. Down and settle allegedly. There we go. So it kind of slides up and down like this. Oh, that's pretty neat. What's the Granda next to my RG Grandad? Well, I built the re-released 1979 original Gundam model kit before doing the RG. This is with some minor modifications like having color. The version of the very original model kit of the Gundam that was released in 1979. So here's how far he can bend his legs, because it's 1979. Here's how far he can bend his arm, because it's 1979. So, yeah. Very, very different compared to the Granddad of today. Now, where was I? Oh, yes, I was here. Building a shield. So white shield part, red shield part, yellow shield parts, the Federation star. And put this on here. There we go. Nice. I really like the kind of lattice look to the back of the shield. So here we have our shield. There's our shield. Looks nice. So let's put together our hands for holding guns. Here we go. No, I didn't think that's the right one. This is the right one, I think. Yeah. I need to be fingered correctly. Hey. And then this one. No. This one. Yes. And then this will go on here. Theoretically. Come on, Mr. Hand. Eek. There we go. There's our gun gripping hand. So we'll take out our clenched fist of anger and replace it with the held fist of gun anger. And then we shall get our hand for holding bazookas. Opposite hand. I need the opposite hand. Trying to figure this out. This is a complicated hand. I think it might actually go with the other one. No? Let me try and attach them without... Oh, I get it. I was looking at it very incorrectly. Yes. Now I understand. There we go. Here's our hand for holding bazookas. On the left. So if you want them to dual wield, there you go. You can dual wield both of these. And he can also store the bazooka on his back. Like so. You just gotta flip this part down, and the bazooka can attach somewhere. Right here. Be ready. Yes, it can attach right here. So now it can also hold the bazooka on its back if you want. And finally, unlike the beam saber of the original, this is its beam saber. We do have actual beam saber effect parts that have become standard. So there you go. There's a beam saber. I'm sure have changed when we have gummy beam sabers. And we can attach the shield. As this tiny part falls off. Let's get this shield attached. Here we go. Oh, hang on. There we go. So now we can compare these two boys. What do you think, Henchbuns? Which one do you prefer? The modern real grade or the 1979 classic that can't spread its legs? Well, I'll leave it to you to decide. Me personally, I like them both. They both have that. They both have something very important. Yeah, you prefer the one that can move? Fair enough. I'm not gonna judge you. But, you know, I still like having... That's very cute. The original boy is a cutie patootie. The classic has a... Whoops. The classic has that, brick-like energy. He's very rectangular. He's very wide. The new one is is very much more detailed. He has two tones of like gray and white for different details. He's got a core fighter. He's got a bazooka. He has a real beam saber if you compare these two here. The classic looks pulled straight out of the show, but not the show as you remember it. The show as one of those weird frames from like the Doan's Island episode. That's what this one looks like. Where the proportions are all weird and it looks extra wide for no reason. That's what this one is from. It can't move its head at all. It can only turn it. It can't move it up and down one bit. Yeah, the RG has a core fighter. I showed it off a little bit ago. Here, I'll... That. There we go. Pull that out. Yep, there's your core fighter. Core fighter. No, it was pretty easy to build. It wasn't that many parts. It's pretty simple. And it's pretty simple to get the combination to work. It was not very difficult at all. It was actually surprisingly simple. Just slip it in there. Make sure our cockpit is open so nothing gets in the way. And there's kind of a part on the back that clamps in kind of like a spine right here. which keeps it in place. So yeah, those are our two grandpas, our two granddaddies. A fresh new look and an old classic. Put your gun right away. There we go. Quite fun. No, it's not nearly as bad as full transformation RGs like the Zeta. It's very solid. It feels perfect. These are some good grandfathers. Respect both of them. We shall respect both of them. I really enjoyed building both of these. These were both a lot of fun. This was a great RG build. Definitely one of the very much worth the 2.0 treatment. That feels excellent. It feels very solid in my hands, I gotta say. It feels very good. Here, I'll put it in the very particular hole. He's been bisected. There you go, there's your last shooting. Let's see if we can get him to do the last shooting. Kinda. Last shooting. Make him kiss? Yes, sir. Mwah. There you go. Both grandfathers have kissed. A little bit of Gundam twincest never hurt anybody. Alright, henchmans. I had a ton of fun with this build, and I appreciate everybody who watched and rated. This was a lot of fun. Good kits. Good Gundams. Thanks for Gundaming with me, everybody. So let's look at what we're doing tomorrow. So I won't pull up the schedule because the schedule is now out of date and incorrect. That's because I finished Yakuza 3 on Monday when I had expected it would take 2 more streams. I finished it earlier than usual. So you're gonna have to go back and watch the VOD if you're looking forward to the finale of Yakuza 3. Tomorrow, instead of doing that, I was thinking about what to play. What can I play in like one session? What can I play in one stream to replace Yakuza 3? And the answer came to me because just this week, much like has been done for Mario 64 and Ocarina of Time, fans released a fan-made PC port of Star Fox 64. Widescreen, uncapped frame rates. I tested it out on 120 frames per second because I have that high of a hertz monitor. And that game is so great with just those two things, widescreen and higher frame rates. And there's a few other little cute things they added to that PC port. So we're going to be checking that out tomorrow. We're going to be playing as many of the routes as I feel like playing. That'll be very fun. I haven't played Star Fox 64 all the way through in years. So we'll have fun with that. It'll be a good time. So show up for that. In the meantime, if you want pings when I go live, the best way to get those is in the Discord. It's the best way to get a notification of when I get live. It's the second link there. And we'll see how Star Fox goes tomorrow. In the meantime, let's see who's still streaming. Who raid? So many people are streaming games I don't want spoiled for me. Okay, we're gonna raid Gigaboots. They are playing the Space Marine 2. I don't really know anything about Warhammer. I'm not a Warhammer guy. So that's good, because everybody else I was looking at, who else is streaming? Everybody else is streaming stuff I don't want to even look at for fear of spoilers, so go check them out. And you all have a wonderful night. Come back tomorrow for Star Fox 64 on the PC. See you then, everybody.